Members you see.
I think we had 8 yet.
I think I'm on 7.
I think we're on 7.
Yeah, okay.
David Dean came on briefly earlier, but
I think he's back.
curious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening. We are at 7. We are waiting for one more member to join. Then we will have a quorum.
Yeah. So very briefly,
Patterson. Good evening, Bob. You might be at 8, but I can get there now.
You are.
Okay, we do now have a quorum, but I'm going to give Catherine a step out, so I'm going to give her just a minute or two to join, and here she comes. So. What's that? Okay, we have a quorum of 8. Good evening, everybody. My name is Brad Furbearer. I'm Chair of the Fish and Wildlife Board, and welcome to our meeting of the Fish and Wildlife Board on November 1st, 2023. First thing I'd like to do is to have all board members introduce themselves and indicate which county they are representing.
Jay Sweeney, Van Buren, Rutland County.
Okay, so Jay Sweeney from Franklin County. I had Marty Van Buren from Rutland County.
Michael Colson. Mike Colson from Essex County.
Okay, Michael Colson from Essex County.
David Dean from Windham County.
David Dean.
Paul Noel from Orleans. Paul Noel, Orleans County.
Paul Noel. Bob Patterson from Addison County. Thank you.
Neil Hogan, Bennington County.
Welcome. And again, Brad Furbearer from Caledonia County. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is 8 of us right now. And as others join, I will let you know that they've joined in or have them introduce themselves. So thank you. Abigail, would you, Abigail is the administrative assistant, executive assistant in the Fish and Wildlife Department. I'll have you introduce the staff that you have with the department.
We have John Austin, Chris Bernier, Brehan Furphy, Katarina, I cannot see our last name, Girda. Christopher Herrick is online. Kim Royer, David Sawsdale, Mike Scott, Justin Stedman.
Okay, and thank you, members of the department. Welcome. And we also have Catherine Jensen from the department as well, too.
Okay,
Join us.
there's a couple of people from the public out there, I think.
I can go with
Okay. The first item is the agenda and the approval of the agenda, and I would like to make a couple changes to the agenda. First thing I'd like to do is add an item for a possible executive session, have a discussion, whether or not to have an executive session like we did last meeting. That will be item number 4. And also I'd like to add public comments, which was left off the original as well. Does anybody else have any comments or items to add to the agenda? Hearing none, okay. All those in favor of the amended agenda as presented, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, ayes have it. And I will update Abigail when she comes back in the room.
You're muted. Jamie, you're muted.
I'm sorry, I just was able to log on. For some reason, I couldn't get on to the meeting. Can you just fill me in on what just happened, please?
We are just at introductions, and we just amended the agenda to include public comments and to add a discussion about possibly going into executive session.
Okay,
And that's
thank
it.
you.
And Jamie, if you'd like to introduce yourself for the record, indicate which county you're representing, that would be great.
Yes, Jamie Dragon, Lamoille County.
Thank you, Jamie.
Michael Bancroft, Orange County.
Thank you, Michael. Okay, just a quick update. We amended the agenda to add a public comments and to add possible executive session discussion like we did last meeting. So first item on the agenda now is the next item is the approval of the minutes from our October 18th meeting.
So move for approval.
And
Second?
I'll second it, Mike Carlson.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of the meeting minutes as presented, signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, ayes have it. Minutes approved. And next we will go into public comments. Before we go into public comments, I would just like to make a couple comments that this is an online meeting, so it's a little bit more challenging than an in-person meeting that we're usually, most of the members are here. So if I just ask the members to be patient with me as I'm trying to see who wants to speak and who doesn't want to speak. And just be as diligent as you can about raising your hand if you want to speak. And if you have spoken, then putting your hand down. It'll help us manage kind of who wants to speak and who doesn't. So thank you for that. So with public comments, I'll start with here. Anybody in the room want to make public comments? Well, this is your, so for public comments, this is the period that you get to make public comments. Individuals have 2 minutes to make a statement now. And after we move on from this section of the meeting, it becomes a working meeting of the board. And then it will be just the board that will be discussing the agenda and the items that are on the agenda tonight. So this is the opportunity to speak. If anybody wants to speak from the public. I think we have one hand.
Yep, Jane Fitzwilliam.
Jane, you want to take yourself off mute?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I'm Jane Fitzwilliam of Westminster West, representing the Vermont Coyote Coalition. The board and department have had close to 2 years to meet legislative mandates and continue to not rise to the challenge of both Act 159 and 165. As for Act 165, ask any dog trainer and they'll tell you that shock and GPS collars do not meet the criteria for control of dogs when the hounds are out of sight. Hounders even admit this. During an October LCAR hearing, even Miss Jessing admitted her hound mix is hard to control off leash as compared to her other dog. The hounds need to be in sight and within voice command. Otherwise, the hounder does not know what the hounds are doing or what they are chasing. Plus, shocking a dog can cause redirected aggression, totally defeating its purpose. Hounds will continue to harass landowners, livestock, property, people, and pets under the current system using these methods. Hounds can't read, can no longer be the default for allowing harassment of the general public and violation of property owner rights. In order to meet legislative intent, the hounds at the very least must be in visual and verbal command of their handler. As for Act 159, your recommendation for trap setbacks is grossly inadequate and will not protect the public from traps, especially those traps that are designed to kill. Thank you.
Thank you. Well,
I don't see any more hands. Jane, if you could put yours down, would be appreciated. If you don't know how to use the raise hand function, you're welcome to say your name and the town you live in, especially if you're on the phone. Oh, I see one hand first. So we have Randy.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead,
Can you hear
Randy.
me?
Yes, you have your 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to make this very brief. I've listened to tons and tons of these meetings. I'm totally upset about the whole situation. I think I've sent most of you board members many emails voicing my opinions. I just don't see why we should have to change what we do currently. I've trapped for 50 plus years in the town of Milton and never caught anybody's cat, never caught anybody's dog, never caught any kids, you know, but yet these few select people, for whatever reason, feel that they can come out of the woodwork because they have nothing else to do and tell us how we should be doing our trapping. I'm just making a request to the board to think about this and please don't put any more restrictions on us. We're the most heavily restricted folks out in the wildlife field right now, and we don't need any more. Thank you for listening.
You ready?
I don't see any more raised hands. Anyone on the phone, you're welcome to.
What is the agenda? Since I don't know what to comment on if I don't know exactly on the agenda or.
It was posted on our website and I was gonna print you the agenda.
Oh,
I
okay.
just haven't had a chance to go grab it for you. So today we're talking about the Furbearer rule and any proposed changes that might have come from LCAR.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And I do think I see another hand. Give me 1 second. Russ Pritting.
Russ, if you could take yourself off mute, you have your 2 minutes. Russ, I'm not sure if you're aware, but you're on mute if you're trying to speak. Okay, let's move on from Russ.
Anyone on the phone and you can't use the raise hand feature, you're welcome to unmute yourself, say your name and the town you live in.
Okay, not seeing or hearing any more comments. Thank you, everybody, for your public comments. Nick, you want to introduce yourself as a board member, please?
Nick Burnham, Windsor County.
Thank you. Welcome, Nick.
Thank you.
Okay, next item on the agenda is proposed amendments to the fur-bearing species rule. And as we have in the past, I'm going to turn this over to Catherine, and Catherine will walk us through the changes, proposed changes as we see this evening. And so Catherine, let you take it from here.
Thank you. Let me know if any of you can't hear me. I'm going to try and project. I'm going to start first by talking about trapping, and then I'll move on to the changes that are related to hunting coyote with dogs. What I'm going to cover tonight are those changes that the department is proposing in response to a couple of LCAR memorandum that we received over the last month or so. And if folks have any questions, please feel free to interrupt me and ask those questions, those of you on the board. So the first section that I'd like to talk about is on page 2 under the definitions, and it's section 3.13.
I'm sorry, Catherine, what document are we working from?
I am working from a markup of the fur-bearing species rules that was sent out on Monday morning. Do you have it?
Yeah, no, I have it, but I have several documents that have been sent
Okay.
with these exchanges. That's
Yeah.
all. I just want to know which one.
Yeah. So this would be under section 3.13, the definition of public highway. And I would say that this change is really not substantive. It's just to attempt to eliminate some confusion. The public highway, for the purposes of the rule, means town and state. It's state highways that are represented on the highway maps by the Agency of Transportation. What we did is add United States roads to that. They are also represented on those town and state highways. And the reason why we did that is because it can be pretty confusing, I think, to the public if Route 7 is a United States highway and Route 2 is not. Route 100 is a state highway and Route 2 is not. It doesn't really change much in terms of the definition, but it was a recommendation from a member of the staff that was looking through all the public highway maps. So the second definition that is going to be subject to change, or is the department is recommending a change to, is the definition of public trail. Initially, we proposed that would be a pedestrian footpath on Vermont state-owned public land, open to the public and designated and mapped by a state agency. We are proposing to the board, or recommending to the board, that we expand that definition to include, and I'll wait till you pull it up just so people can follow.
What page are you on? I'm sorry, Catherine.
314.
On page 2, 314. Yeah, bottom of the page, perfect. We recommended that in response to a comment from Legislative Council that the proposal did not meet legislative intent because the language of Act 159 was very broad and included and called for public call for setbacks on playgrounds, parks, and other public locations where persons may reasonably be expected to recreate, which was very broad language. One of the potential bases of objection by the LCAR committee is that a rule doesn't meet legislative intent. So essentially what we're recommending is that this definition be expanded to multi-use trails, a path or corridor that is open to the public, used for non-motorized recreational purposes such as hiking, walking, bicycling, cross-country skiing, horseback riding, and other similar activities, that is designated and mapped by municipality on municipal lands. The managing agency or department on Vermont state-owned lands, or a federal agency on federal lands within the state of Vermont. All of the entities except perhaps municipalities have good maps. Vermont state lands, there are some really great maps about trails on those lands, especially from Forest Parks and Recreation. There's also good mapping from U.S. Forest Service and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service about where trails are located. There's some municipalities don't necessarily have maps online, but they may have maps, at their offices. Just depends on whether they have a recreational department or not. In addition, we received a comment that the requirement that it be designated and mapped should be expanded to include other types of paths or corridors. So if you page down to B and C, we are recommending that this is a very similar sort of provision, but we are recommending that a path or corridor that is open to the public and commonly used for non-motorized recreational purposes, such as all of the other things and similar, that we have in the upper one, that is designated, managed, maintained, and clearly marked on the ground with blazes, tags, or signage on municipal lands, Vermont state-owned lands, or federal lands, also be included. And then finally, we are recommending that Vermont rail trails that are designated and mapped by the Vermont Agency of Transportation, the Appalachian Trail, and the Long Trail also be included as part of the definition of public trails.
Paul Noel has his hand up.
Okay. Paul?
Yeah. Should we comment at each section here or wait till the end?
You can comment or ask questions as we walk through. If it's easier, that's fine.
Yeah. A couple of things. When the remark about thoroughly marked on the ground with blazes, tags, or signage, that's pretty broad and pretty indefinite. I'm concerned that's going to open up some confusion to trappers and dog walkers and law enforcement and everyone involved, that we need, good, clear definitions. A blaze can be somebody can take a hatchet and in 30 seconds make a few blazes. My other comment, so I'm assuming the vast trails and VASA trails, they're not included, correct?
We do not include non-motorized trails. I will say, motorized trails, sorry. I will say that some of the trails that are mapped and designated are multi-use trails that do include some, not necessarily ATV use, but snowmobile use. So for example, the Vermont Rail Trails, there are sections of it that are used for snowmobile. So those would be included, those sections would be included, but not necessarily all VASA or VAS trails would be included. One of the things about some of the independent trails organizations is that they were very concerned about their ability to maintain their trail systems if there were restrictions placed on private lands. So that was a comment that came from VASA and VAS. They were comfortable, they were more comfortable with trails that were already, sort of publicly managed, having setbacks. But
Yeah, and I'm a little concerned too, the long trail going through private land, a lot of it goes through private land, and those setback rules now placed on those trails might cause some problems with those landowners. And they could pull that privilege off, I guess, off of their land if they wanted to. So that's my other concern right now, but.
yeah, I think part of what our rationale was is that some of these trails were discussed during the LCAR meetings. So just so you know, but I understand your concerns.
So can I just make sure I understand the difference between A and B? So A is really for those paths or corridors that are designated and mapped.
Yeah.
That is A. And B are the same thing, corridors and paths, whatnot, that are designated but not mapped,
Not necessarily mapped,
but maybe mapped or identified through the blazes, the tags, or other signs.
right.
Okay.
Are there any other comments or questions on that section?
Just to build, Mike Colson here, just to build on what Paul had brought up. If in fact the Long Trail and the Appalachian Trail does fall into land that is privately owned, I have a concern that you're taking away the landowner's right to have a trapper come in on his private land. He's already agreed to having use of his land because it is part of the Long Trail and the Appalachian Trail. Are we looking at overstepping what our boundaries are as a board to a private landowner? And I only bring that up as a question. Would not want to see us approve this when in fact it's really going to make a private landowner very unhappy with having us dictate what he or she cannot or can do on his or her land. So that's
Those concerns also, yeah.
I'm gonna just piggyback on that and say that I'm concerned about that as well. I think it crosses the boundary when we're starting to tell people what they can and can't do on their private property.
Mhm.
Catherine, do you know that if on those trails that we're talking about, the Long Trail and the Appalachian Trail, I guess the two we're talking about, are those right of ways granted to the state or to the feds or it's private land, but has the state purchased the right of way through those lands?
I don't know all the details. The Long Trail and the Appalachian Trail are both, much of them are on public land because they run along the Green Mountain spine. And if you look at kind of the, public lands that are there, there's significant Forest Service, there's significant, you know, lands that are owned by the state of Vermont. However, there are some portions of those properties that are on, private property. There are also some that are owned by the Green Mountain Club. And I think it depends largely on what kinds of agreements they've been able to make with private landowners. Sometimes they have right of ways, sometimes they don't, sometimes they just have a more informal agreement. I think they do their best to try to get a right of way. And the National Park Service in particular doesn't like to invest in that trail system, the Appalachian Trail system, without doing that. The Green Mountain Club, you know, does have more informal. I can try and do a little more research.
Well, and I asked, because one of the reasons I asked, I mean, I think it's a legitimate concern that the other members have brought up. Maybe there's a way to more fine tune that requirement to treat private land one way and state-owned land a different way, or federal land a different way, and not put landowners in a situation where we may have unintended consequences.
Yeah, I will note that the memorandum from Legislative Council specifically said that setbacks should encroach on private land. So just so the board is aware of that.
Yep.
Can you
So
repeat what you just said, Catherine?
the first memorandum that we got from Legislative Council specifically, you know, talked about the fact that the setbacks did not apply to private land. So, and identified that as an issue. So, shall I go on to the next section, which would be on page 5?
Just can I ask Paul and Michael, are you looking for more information on this issue that you raised, or on this question that you raised? Is this still an open issue, or are you, actually Jamie as well?
It's not conclusive to me yet with what the right choice is here, but
And I feel the same way that, again, since trappers have always had to get permission, no matter where they trap, a private landowner, are we muddying the water? And taking a step backwards, or are we being asked to override what has always been that has actually worked? That's my only hesitation in this. You have to go out of your way to secure permission on private land, or you are in violation. So now we're bringing in areas that are going to be used by the public because the landowner said, yes, the Long Trail is fine, but we're taking a step backwards possibly here. I'm not sure. I really need to have that clarified, and we can move on, but until I absolutely know what the impact is going to have compared to what currently exists, I'm gonna be scratching my head on it.
And Michael, does that impact how much private land we're talking about? If this change goes through, is that what you're looking for, is how much private land is impacted?
Yes. And does it change what currently exists, which is that you have to have permission on that private land?
So, according to the Green Mountain Club Long Trail, website, there are
Okay.
only 6.5 miles of trail remaining that have not been officially conserved.
Okay.
So what that says to me is that those are the sections where they don't have specific legal, right of ways or agreements.
All right. Okay.
So the amount of land affected is some 6 miles out of the trail that goes through Vermont. Is what their website says.
That's what it says, yeah.
That's not a very big problem in my mind, but.
Well, it might be only 6 miles of the long trail, but then you also have the rail trail, which crosses many private landowners. And even though the rail trail has an easement already, you're still infringing on the private landowner's right to do as they wish on their property. So that's the issue that I have in terms of telling
Right,
private
but property rights are a bundle of sticks. And in this particular case and in other cases, whenever the issue is the health and welfare of the public, it is in fact not a taking. It is in fact not denying the ownership rights. It's denying a stick in that bundle of rights. And
we're going to start removing sticks. I mean,
no, you know what I'm saying, Jamie,
the risk is very minimal.
It's a bundle of rights, and in the interests of health and welfare, the state can in fact affect private lands, i.e. you cannot bury nuclear waste on an acre that you own just because you own it.
Absolutely agree, but we're also talking about an issue that has very minimal risk to the public at this point.
Understood, and the incident rate is extremely low based on my reading of the information in front of Elcar, et cetera. And I understand all that. It's just that I don't want suddenly the thought of big bad government doing something to stand in the way of reaching some kind of agreement here. And I think it's just being overstated in terms of what's happening to a landowner.
And then the Appalachian Trail, their website says that 99% of the trail is owned by public entities, but it doesn't really parse that out by state. So just,
Okay.
Yeah. But that's sort of consistent with what I said. National Park Service doesn't like to invest in the trail without having clear right of ways.
Okay.
And Jamie's comment about the rail trail too had some merit. That goes through heavily wooded sections of Vermont. That has some beaver problems off and on, which have to be dealt with. Flooding the rail trail is not a good thing.
Yep. I actually spoke with V-Trans before, at some length about the rail trail. The rail trails are all subject to right of ways. They do vary in length. They're usually at least 30 feet on each side. Sometimes they're more, it depends on, kind of what the deal was when the railroad initially purchased those easements, or sometimes it was, what do they call it? Not condemnation, but eminent domain, where the state was saying, we want this railroad, to assist us with commerce, back in the 1800s or early 1900s. So those corridors are, those right of ways already exist. They do vary in length. But VTrans was supportive of adding the Vermont Rail Trails to this list. For what it's worth.
No, that's good. Good to know.
Speaking of the rail trail, though, if, like you brought up, Paul, about the beaver problems in certain portions of that rail trail, if we're going to allow only nuisance trapping in certain parts of the trail, we're going to have to extend this out as an additional cost to the landowner. If at some point in time they can't trap on their property. Catherine had brought up the Massachusetts ban on trapping, and they ended up having an issue where, well, I don't know. They ended up banning all trapping, and then the size of the traps, and sorry, I'm totally losing my train of thought. There's a lot going on in the background here. Once they banned the trapping, they had to bring in nuisance trappers to pay for the trapping. And at that point in time, it's going to cost upwards of $300 to $500 to trap one beaver. And we're talking about a sport where people may not have that kind of money to pay just to trap one animal off of a private land. So, I'm worried about a culture war here as well, because it seems like we're trying to demolish a whole class of people by banning trapping, or getting to the point of banning trapping. And I know it's not to that point yet, but I'm just worried if we're constantly taking away one, and not that I'm diminishing certain concerns that people have, because they are absolutely certain concern, or they're valid concerns. But in the same respect, this is also not a huge threat to the public. So this is where my concern lies with the land, and telling people what they can and can't do on private land.
Okay, so Catherine, right now, on this session here, we do have some concerns about the private. So why don't we just note that and understand that, and then let's move on to the next one at this point.
Okay. I think it would make the most sense to talk about 4.5 next, because it dovetails with the definitions of public trails. And it is really the meat of what the setback requirements are. 4.15. There you go. These are actually, this is actually the meat of the trapping setback. And basically what the department had initially recommended is that no foothold traps or body gripping traps shall be set on or within 50 feet of the travel portion of a legal trail, public highway, unless set in the water or under ice. So originally we had exempted wildlife management areas, and we also exempted private landowners trapping on their own property. that was flagged by legislative council as inconsistent with the, legislative intent. And, so we are recommending, exempting public trails on wildlife management areas, except public trails that the department specifically designates as requiring a setback. And then requiring the department to post signage on wildlife management areas, specifically advising the public of hunting and trapping seasons and the locations where setbacks apply. And I'll give you one example of a place where, it would be appropriate to require setbacks on a wildlife management area. Typically, we're looking to, facilitate dispersed recreation as opposed to concentrated recreation across, WMA lands. They're open to everybody, but they are used pretty extensively by, hunters and trappers and fishers, people who want to fish, during hunting seasons. So there is a place called, Snake Mountain, which is a very, very popular trail, in Addison County. It is, one of those places where if you go on a sunny day during the summer or the fall, it's very, very busy. There's hundreds of people there. And that might be a place where we would designate, a setback, just because it's not the kind of dispersed recreation that we usually see on our wildlife management areas. So in addition, we're also, we added a provision that we were recommending, to address the parks and other places where people might reasonably be, expected to recreate, other public places. We came up with 100-foot setback from buildings, parking lots maintained and cleared, continuously landscaped portions of designated wildlife management areas, visitor centers, parks, playgrounds, picnic areas, shelters, pavilions, schools, camps or campgrounds, and recreational facilities such as ball fields or tennis courts, but any kind of recreational facility owned and managed by municipal, state, or federal entities. We did say that trapping could occur with the explicit permission of schools, camps, and campgrounds, and that's in part because we know of places that specifically, teach students outdoor skills and or engage in research, and they use trapping as a potential way to, teach students these kinds of things. So I just wanted to cover the setback stuff altogether. Questions or comments on those?
I have a quick question on A,
Mhm.
the wildlife management areas
Mhm.
and those trails that the department would deem, having a setback, is appropriate. And you would determine that by the people who, boots on the ground, the people who work those wildlife management areas, the people who know them, and people who know who are in and out of those parks, those areas
Yeah.
on a daily basis. Okay, so with that said, would those setbacks then be applied through a process of bringing that recommendation to the board as part of this rule, much like through a procedure that we could change them as they are required? Or is this something that would happen completely outside of the board?
Yeah, the way that it's drafted, it would happen outside of the board, that potentially could be changed. We I mean, we would post it on our website, we would post notices, at kiosks, at WMAs, in parking lots and that kind of thing. But the way that it's drafted, it does give us the discretion to kind of decide based on, and it would be based on the experience of the staff that manage those areas, because a lot of them are out there doing, habitat management and enhancement and, potentially, working on restoring wetlands and things like that. So they're very familiar with those properties.
Oh, no, I understand that, and I understand, depending on those boots on the ground to make that assessment. But I'm a little concerned about, well, it's an issue that, I mean, today we are voting on whether or not to accept this or not. But if we do accept it, then we're turning over the control of it to the department and not be part of, the trapping rule anymore. So that's just one of my concerns that I have.
We actually have I believe we have a public rule already that allows the commissioner to designate trails. But I will see if I can look it up. Might have to get back to you.
That's fine. It's just
A little later in this meeting.
In that same paragraph, it says, or to private landowners trapping on property. That's been crossed out, so any setback rules will apply to private landowners trapping on their own property? Is that
Yep,
correct?
if the trail is at the edge of public property, it would potentially apply to private landowners. Just as some of the public highway setbacks would.
On the edge, but what about a private landowner made his or her own trail through their own land?
If it's not mapped and designated, if it's not on public land, if there's a trail that's not on public land, it's not covered by this. Unless it's a long trail, Appalachian Trail, or the Vermont Rail Trail. We really focused on public places because that's what the language of the statute.
Okay. All right, I just want to clarify that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me ask a silly question. Well, back to, we're talking about ADC or nuisance trappers earlier. All these rules and setbacks and everything, they apply equally to nuisance trappers and.
Well, let me take some time off on walking through these changes and just talk to you a little bit about nuisance trapping, right? There is a statute that exempts landowners and towns from trapping rules and regulations. However, that statute also requires that people who are engaged in the business of nuisance trapping and are being paid money for that service comply with certain rules that are in this rule. And that was something that occurred by statute. Oh boy, it was several years ago. It might have been 2017. And the way that this rule is drafted, setbacks would not apply to somebody trapping for compensation. Seasons would not apply to somebody trapping for compensation. However, some of the best management practices, the best management practices would apply, reporting would apply. Let's see, for what else?
So probably pretty much everything except,
Tagging your traps, checking your traps appropriately, those things would apply. But obviously seasons can apply, and setbacks would be, they can't really apply either, because if you have a problem on a trail or a road and you need to address it,
Right.
This is a whole nother conversation with a pretty large stakeholder group. And when I say that, I mean V-Trans, ag, farmers, private landowners, everybody who's been potentially affected by a conflict with wildlife.
got it, thank you.
Yeah. So I'm just going to go up to 413 and 414. Before we sort of get there, I would like to just note that, the exemption for wildlife management areas was flagged by Legislative Council also as being inconsistent with intent. We did feel that since we were significantly expanding the definitions of trails and roads and legal trails, I mean, we included some things that I don't think they even considered previously, that it was fair to ask for an exemption for wildlife management areas, considering that they're open to the public. They're open to non-consumptive users. They're welcome to use it, but they also have been funded primarily by consumptive users over time. And some of the grant agreements that, some of the money that we've received to purchase those properties specifically say that they should be open, not only that they should be used not only to enhance habitat and be there for wildlife habitat, but be open for wildlife-based recreation, including hunting, fishing, and trapping, and other forms of wildlife recreation. So that was why we thought we should persist with that. But all right, so I'll move on to 413 and 414.
Catherine, just before we do
Yeah.
while we were on 415s,
Mhm.
we talked about A and what the proposal is there.
Yeah,
Did we talk about B?
we did.
We did, okay.
Um,
And are there does anybody, I voiced a concern with A, 415A, and just trying to understand the impact of having the department set those trails, designate those trails rather than the board. It's not a showstopper for me, but it's just a concern that I had. Does anybody else on the board have an issue with 415A and B as presented here?
I
If
do.
not, okay.
Go ahead, if you want to finish
No,
up.
I'm just trying to find out what those issues are, if those issues exist with the board members.
Okay, so here's my take on it. For coming up on 2 years, we have worked really, really hard to try to improve this lifestyle. That's what I'm going to say. It's not a recreation. It is a lifestyle. WMAs absolutely were purchased with PR money, and we welcome the public to use that land. Nowhere in any of these discussions has there been anything said about the responsibility that the pet owner should have when they're in an area that they are welcome to use for essentially 10 months of the year when there are no traps on the ground. They can go in and enjoy that at our expense, and we welcome them. If we open up breaking down what has been put in place for such a long time, we leave ourselves, I think, vulnerable to having it chipped away bit by bit. And I think that I'm a dog owner. If my dog got caught in a trap, I would be mortified. But I take the responsibility of being a dog owner and know that I got to look in the mirror if that should happen. And take the responsibility of not having my dog in control. Whenever I'm out with my dog, she's got a collar on. She will be toned to come to my side. If she's at risk, she can be ramped up a bit to come to my side. And nowhere in this discussion has a leash law or a leashed pet been brought to the forefront. We all have responsibility. So that's my take on WMAs. People should, the signage that the department wants to put up, this is trapping season. There's a possibility that traps are going to be in here. You have every right to use this land. We welcome you. You may want to consider putting your dog on a leash. I don't think that's unreasonable. I think it's education that possibly we should be doing. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael.
Catherine?
Yep.
I just want to let you know that John Austin has his hand up if you want to call on him. It's hard to see you.
On his staff.
Yeah, John Austin's staff.
John from the Department of Fish and Wildlife, you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. John Austin with the Fish and Wildlife Department. I just wanted to offer what is hopefully a helpful clarification. Attorney Gessing had mentioned that the Fish and Wildlife Department already has the legal authority is vested in 10 VSA Section 15, which is a Fish and Wildlife Board rule that was passed, I think, back in 2012, 2013, thereabouts, which gives the department the authority to regulate various types of public uses and activities on lands owned by the department. We have a similar rule, as you know, that governs public access and use of fishing access areas. For the public use rule for department-owned lands, that board rule specifically gives the authority to the commissioner of the department to designate sites and trails for activities that are otherwise restricted by the rule. So there's already a system in place through that rule that allows the department to make decisions based on circumstances on the ground, as you were describing earlier, to designate or not trails, corridors, and sites for various activities or to address various issues of concern. So I just wanted to offer that clarification that the authority is already vested with the commissioner through that Fish and Wildlife Board rule that was passed some, 12, 15 years ago.
Thank you, John. That's very helpful.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that was very good.
So I will remove my concern. No, that is there already.
Mr. Austin is going to be our new wildlife director.
Congratulations, John.
Welcome, congratulations.
Thank
All
you
right.
very kindly. I look forward to working with you all.
Thank you.
So just very briefly before I move on again, under 4.5, we did get a recent memorandum from members of LCAR that indicated that they thought that the exemption for traps set in the water or under ice was arbitrary and also inconsistent with the legislative intent. So I just wanted the board to know that and consider that as we move through this rule.
And so just to put that section into perspective in terms of, you mentioned, I can't remember the name of the trail. What was the name of the trail you mentioned down in Addison?
Snake Mountain.
Snake Mountain. So just based on the criteria that you're using for that trail, are there a lot of trails across our WMAs that would meet that criteria?
There are not a lot.
That might be the only one that I can think of, but I don't,
Yeah, I would have to sit down with staff to really talk through. There may be, you know, a couple of others, but I'm not aware of very many at all.
And I'm not familiar with that trail, and I don't know if anybody else on the board is, other than Paul or maybe a couple other people, but why is that trail, just out of curiosity, why is that trail so popular and different than everything else in our WMAs?
In part because, it's a carriage road trail. There used to be a hotel up there, and there's a big flat spot on the top, which is like great for picnicking, and it has this fantastic view of the Adirondacks, you know, Addison County, all the farms and the lake. And so, and there's a big parking area there that we put in because people were just parking up and down the road. So it's a great family hike because it's not that steep, and the return in terms of the view is just fantastic. So we don't have a lot of those kinds of trails. I mean, we have a lot of, like, you know, like I said, it's mostly dispersed recreation on a lot of our WMAs.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So I'd like to go back up to 314 and 313. We had crossed out poisonous mixtures. And I think part of it is that we were thinking that the dispatch rules and the chemicals, the use of chemicals would be applicable. I also think this is a change that was made fairly late, like 10:30 at night when it was one of the last changes that we made when the board was voting on the rule, the final proposed rule. And so we did receive a question about this. I think we are, you know, the department is supportive of putting that prohibition against the use of poisonous mixtures back into the rule, and combining that with chemicals, because it seems like it goes together better. So it would be, you know, we would prohibit taking fur-bearing animals with explosives, chemicals, or poisonous mixtures. And then we did add an exception of a carbon dioxide chamber used in accordance with the recommendations of the American Veterinary Medical Association. And that was in part because that was a broad, that was a method that was broadly applicable, unlike some of the other methods approved by the American Veterinary Medical Association, which oftentimes are species and circumstance specific. So thought it might be another tool for folks who are out in the field that's considered to be humane.
that's for dispatch purposes, or is it for any take?
It's for any take, but it has been added to the dispatch section, which is what we're going to discuss next.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
4.6. One six. All right. So this is where we added the carbon dioxide chamber. we did cross out the section, this provision may be amended upon receipt of the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies recommendations regarding humane dispatch. The working group agreed to that provision, but then the public comments seemed to indicate that people were very confused by that provision. They seem to think that somehow we would have like unilateral authority to go in and change the dispatch methods. And so rather than, which is not true, we would have to amend the rule. So, but you know, I think that our intent is that when we do get those recommendations, that we may eventually come back to the board, you know, to make additional recommendations about humane dispatch, but it just seemed like it was confusing people, so we're recommending just taking it out for now.
Yeah,
Don't view that as, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that provision should be in place for any further dispatch techniques that may come about through either AFWA or the veterinary association.
Yeah,
We cannot,
I mean,
we definitely, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I think we have the option of opening the rule at any time, you know, but we have to go through the rulemaking process. So, you know, we may not do it immediately, but at some point they probably will make recommendations. It's just they haven't made those recommendations in time for this rule.
Right, but having it struck out kind of bothers me that because it's still true.
Yeah. We could put it back in and just clarify that, you know, we'd have to go through the rulemaking process to eliminate that confusion.
If you put it in as a footnote or something, I don't know if you have footnotes in rules generally, but, and
It's interesting. I don't think I've ever seen one,
Yeah.
but there may be somewhere. But you all can decide when we get to that point. So then the last section that relates to trapping is on page 16, almost the last page. It's 4.23. This is a section relating to biological collection. I don't view this as a substantive change. It's really just a clarification that was been made in response to a question from Elcar. And it just clarifies that there are persons who are exempt from the rules under 4828, so we don't have the authority to impose anything on them when it comes to nuisance trapping. But any other person who is trapping, you know, and obtains a trapping license and traps for fur bearers has to complete and submit our annual biological collection trapper survey, and including the reporting of taking incidental wild animals. And then we also added a provision related to trapping a dog and cat. There's a statutory provision which requires folks to report that taking within 24 hours to a warden. So we're just clarifying it, making it more specific.
any questions on 4.23? Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna turn now to hunting coyotes with dogs. And if we could go back up to the page 2, the top of page 2, 3.6. This is a I view this as really more of a clarification or of the control of dogs definition. Essentially, we added some language that makes it clear that the control of dogs, means that when transporting, loading, unloading dogs, handling, catching, restraining, releasing, or following dogs at all times during the training, and taking a coyote with the aid of dogs, the permittee has to be able to locate those dogs and remotely recall the dogs. And then, collars with GPS functions, track log capability, and training and control features on the collars have to be are required at all times. And this is one where the legislature, some members of the legislature have indicated that they don't believe that this definition is sufficient and that it doesn't comply with the intent of the legislation. They are requesting that dogs either be on a leash, within sight, or within voice control. The department has not recommended that, and we will not recommend that. It is a de facto ban of hunting dogs with coyotes. The initial Act 165 was an outright ban, and this was a compromise in which we asked the legislature to allow us to come up with some regulations for an activity that has not been regulated at all to date. Our concern is that if the control of dogs is defined in the way that requires leashes or within sight, these are people who are chasing their dogs through the woods. You cannot ride a horse through the woods. You cannot ride, an ATV. You can't keep your dog in sight. So it's a de facto ban, and we're not recommending those means of controls. Our concern is that that kind of regulation could be applied to all dog hunting in Vermont. And we do consider hunting with dogs to be a management tool. It would potentially be applied to bear, rabbits, bird dogs. So this is what we came up with, and we think that it meets legislative intent because the intent statement in the statute is to reduce or minimize the risk of conflicts with the public and with landowners. So if we could go down to
And so one
Yeah,
quick question.
sorry.
And so the reason that this requirement moves us in that direction
Yeah.
of minimizing the human interactions and causing damage to property is that currently, even though some people use these collars, it is not required.
It is not
Currently.
required. There's never been a requirement for either GPS functions or for training or control features. And certainly there's never been a requirement for tracking. It will require some people to, train their dogs maybe differently. But it's you know, the other thing is that there are, you know, we specifically recommended that there be, penalties for people who allow their dogs to go on posted property, for people who allow their dogs to go on places where they've been specifically notified that they're not allowed. We offered that language to the legislature. That's also a tool to minimize those conflicts. In addition, the commissioner, you know, there's a 100 permit,
Cap.
you know, cap.
Mhm.
And the commissioner has the right, based on bad behavior, at his sole discretion to deny permits. So we feel like we've really tried to meet the intent. And no legislator, even though members of the legislature were invited to participate in the stakeholder process, has ever mentioned this before we filed with LCAR. So we can't go there. And if the legislature wants to ban it, they're gonna have to do that. We're not gonna help them. We can't. So, did anybody have any questions on that one?
I do see Bob Patterson has his hand up. I don't know if it was up from before.
Bob?
Yes, that was from before. No,
Okay.
And just a quick point, for those of you that are online, we're looking, I think we probably see the same screen. We can only see, I think, 3 board members, and then there's the picture of the room here. So if you do have your hand up and we're not seeing you, don't hesitate to chime in and let us know your hand is up. If Abigail doesn't catch it right off.
yeah, my question went back to 4.16. It says or carbon dioxide chamber.
Yeah.
Is that supposed to be carbon dioxide or carbon monoxide?
You stumped me.
People are often confused with CO2 and CO. There's a big difference.
Oh, boy. I'll look it up before the end of the meeting.
Yeah. CO will get you quick. Carbon,
Maybe somebody on it.
they
Yeah.
mix that with soda.
Okay.
So I just to flag that, and then the next one was under. It's on page 9, top of the page, about attach. It refers to training control feature, but it's not specific. So what is a training control feature?
Well, we already had a definition of training and control. If you, which the board approved previously, and it essentially states, let's see, I'll give you this section. It's 3.19.
Okay.
It's a family of collars that deliver electrical stimulation of varying intensity and duration. Radio controlled electronic device incorporated into the collar. Could also have a tone.
Right. So if that was going to stay there, I think it should refer to that section so people know where to find it.
Okay.
And I'm good for now. Thanks.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna move on to page 8. Section 4.20.3 A7. Oh, wait, you know what? Go to page 9, sorry. Three. Thank you. So, here again, this is just a, clarification. I don't necessarily believe this is in the, sort of the directive section of the rule regarding hunting coyotes with hounds. Basically, it's just sort of repeating the, requirements for collars with GPS functions, track log capability, and training and control features. And it's also, directing folks who are taking coyotes with the aid of dogs to maintain a GPS location log for each dog taking coyote and maintain that log for at least 30 days after the close of the season. And the 30 days was requested by law enforcement, in part because they can't always, investigate things immediately depending on what's going on. There could be another significant investigation going on, or they may not have gotten a complaint in a timely manner, that kind of thing. So, any questions?
I have a question. I don't necessarily have a problem with keeping a log for these hunts, but I guess this is more of just a food for thought because I use a GPS tracking feature on one of my apps. And I guess my concern is it potentially creating more stress and confusion for the hunter. So an example would be when I'm using my tracking log, it keeps a record of that entire hike, but it doesn't actually erase it from the map. So if I'm hiking on, say, a 100-acre parcel and I'm wanting to cover the entire property, and I save a mile of my hike in one hike, I go back the next day and then I'm looking to track that same hike, and I might overlap with the same hike that I did the day before. With the feature that I have, I can't actually erase that from my screen. So it could potentially cause confusion with somebody who's running dogs and knowing where they are. So I guess I don't know that anybody here can answer this question. Maybe they can, but I don't know what that GPS function is like for those that use these for hounding. If it erases that from the screen, but saves it in a track log so that you can access it at a later date. So really my concern is that it just might cause more confusion for the coyote hounder if it's all jumbled on the same screen.
Thank you, Jamie. Anything else on this section, Catherine?
There is one more. If we go back up to page 8, and it's subsection 7. This was not language that I sent to you. I do think there's some clarifications that should be made to 7. In particular, the first sentence and the second sentence they don't really match well. So I think we could just cross off the first sentence. And then I do think that it might be worth clarifying that if more than 10% of non-resident permit applications are received, the department will award up to 10 non-resident permits on a first come, first served basis, up to 10%. Because that number could change That's a statutory requirement. So we can't really change the 10%. And then under the lottery section,
Can I just jump in quickly?
Yep.
If more than 10% of non-resident permit applications are received, the department will award up to 10.
percent.
So it'll be 10%.
Yeah,
Because they could receive just 90 applications.
yeah, yeah.
And issuing 10 would exceed that.
Right, we wouldn't necessarily know, we won't necessarily know who's applying.
Right.
Sorry, Catherine, I lost the place. Can you say the page?
I think I need to send you the one that has the markup on it. I'll do that right now. I thought I had, but. Okay. You're in the right place. It's just that you don't have the right. Yeah, I did send it to you at 4:05.
Yeah, that's the version I'm using.
How come it's not showing up? It's weird.
While you're doing that, this is Jay Sweeney. While you're doing that, this wasn't gonna say anything, but just comment. This is stewing me so much. So years ago, when I was in law enforcement, we started using license plate readers, and they were a great tool for law enforcement. Allowed us to, if we were looking for a specific wanted individual or something like that, they were a great tool. And the legislature just made them so restrictive that there are very few law enforcement agencies that even use them anymore because of privacy of information concerns. And I won't even get into how pissed off that made me. But so when I'm thinking about this rule about keeping logs of your tracks for hound hunters for 30 days, I'm concerned about who's going to get access to that information. The same legislature that took away law enforcement's ability to do a better job because of concern with privacy, and now we're making this rule that says that we have to this person has to provide this information. But my concern is who has access to that information.
All right, so first of all, this is information that wardens are not entitled to unless they have probable cause. So they'll have to request that information from the coyote hunter. If the person does not want to give it to them, they'll have to get a warrant. So it's not something that would necessarily be out in the public arena unless there's a completed investigation. Does that make any sense to you?
It would not be accessible to anybody else through a public information request. They can't be forced to provide that information to anybody else.
Unless, so there are public document requirements associated with completed investigations where we do have to turn over that information. But what I'm saying is that we have to go through the process of getting probable cause in order to be entitled to that information. In other words, there has to be reasonable suspicion that a violation has occurred in order for us to be entitled to that information. And then During an investigation, we typically do not turn over that information, particularly if it's going to undermine the investigation. You know, there are very specific rules about what we can turn over and what we can't and when the warden force is doing an investigation. So it may become discoverable at some point. It may become public record, but it's not something that every hunter is going to have to turn over. It's going to be something that's based on, you know, a valid investigation, a valid complaint related to a violation. I want to kind of go back to the lottery language. We're recommending a change to the lottery language because the existing language is somewhat confusing and it was problematic for the licensing division. In order to run the Moose Lottery, we had to work with IT and pay a fair amount to, you know, make that happen in a, you know, in a proper way. The lottery related to the moose hunting is in statute. We're suggesting that if in the event that there are no more than 100 permit applications, all those who have submitted complete eligible applications and who wish to be entered into the lottery will be entered into the lottery. The department will hold or cause to be held a transparent random drawing to select 100 permits and to ensure that no more than 10% of the permits issued by the department are issued to non-residents. I think we would like to consider, you know, giving preference to folks who are veterans and also folks who are state recognized Native American. But right now we have no idea what the makeup of the applications would be, and it makes no sense to limit these folks to 10% if most of the applications we're getting are from those people. And so our idea would be to go back to the legislature and do a legislative fix once we have more information about the population that is interested in this activity. So that's why we're recommending that change. Because we don't really want to limit the percentages if there's more of those folks interested in this activity. So, and that actually, I think is it. Let me just page through and make sure.
Catherine, I'll just say, I think, well, the language is written is much clearer than what was there before.
Yeah.
And what was there before was very difficult to understand what we were trying to get to. But also, the other thing I want to make sure is that when we say completed eligible applications, in order to get to that point where an application is eligible, the commissioner will have gone through and eliminated anybody who may have violated other sections of the rule, other sections of this rule, and deemed them ineligible at this point. Okay.
And if there are sections of the rule that talk about how the application has to be legible, it's got to be complete, you know, it's got to be on the form that the department has, you know, sent out. So that there's a page after some sections that talk about that. So it kind of dovetails with that. So I am set for now. Questions, discussion.
Questions for Catherine on anything that we've just discussed?
Yes. Can you give me a little background on how the 100 permit limit came to be? And can you also maybe just educate me in terms of, we know if it's following the bear rules, we know we have history with bear permits. How many permits? Do we reach 100 every year with bear permits?
Yes.
I think in the last bear report that we had, I think there were like 124, 100, plus or minus 120, I think that were issued. And it might have been more, but it was above 100.
Okay.
And less than
And
150.
as we were doing the working groups with the Coyote Houndsman, did anybody have any idea how many people are going to be applying for the coyote permits?
You know,
Hey, Brad,
don't.
can I
Oh,
can
go
I
ahead.
check in here?
I was gonna say.
Commissioner, go ahead.
Yes. So
Did you
just
hear
a
the question?
reminder,
Did you heard
I
the
did.
question that was asked? Okay.
I did. The 100 number came out of it's in the statute itself. It has nothing to do with the working groups. There was
Okay.
no leeway. And when they asked us when we were testifying, how many there were, and we didn't know. And
Right.
so they put a figure of 100. So that's in the statute, Mike.
Okay, great.
Somebody's hand is up. No, is it? Oh, David. David might have some information
David?
about bear.
Sorry, I left it up there. The commissioner cleared that up. And I was just gonna say that from the department standpoint, we don't know how many coyote hound hunters will be applying because as Catherine pointed out, this is a completely new rule that we're developing.
Great. Yep. Thank you.
And just as a follow-up, you know, I did look at the American Veterinary Medical Association issue, and it is CO2, carbon dioxide.
So I have a comment based on that question of the 100. Is there a way, so if for some reason, whether the number needs to be higher or lower, or for whatever reason, that number 100 needs to change, it needs to change in statute.
Right.
And so unfortunately, we would then have to open up the rule and change it in the rule as well, or not?
Not necessarily. There is a mechanism for changing rule language. I mean, statutes always trump rules.
Sure, yeah.
They always trump the rules.
Yeah.
So there's a mechanism for amending, you know, a rule.
Okay, so I'm just thinking of the
It's
language.
something that we'd have to point out to
Right.
legislature.
And I'm just thinking of the language around the lottery, you know, is focused on 100 rather than the amount set by legislature.
Right.
And so whether or not we can make it more generic, so that but if we can do it administratively without opening up the rule, then that's fine.
I have a question. I know many people who have put in to the moose lottery for 15, 20 years and have never acquired a moose permit. So my question in regards to this is, if somebody is training their dogs to specifically hunt coyotes with the aid of dogs, and they put in every year for this permit and it takes them 10 years to get a permit, how is that going to be beneficial to the dogs? Or the person training the dogs when they're spending all of this time, money, effort to train their dogs? And I know there's, you know, the likelihood of there being more than 100 people doing this is probably slim to none, but the off chance that there's 120 people, I'm just wondering.
I don't have an answer to that. I mean, it's a statutory provision that we really don't have any control over right now, so.
And
Go ahead, Michael.
We touched on it before. If, in fact, the commissioner consistently, like for 2 years or 3 years, got 120, 130 applications, I'll bet you in the corrections bill coming out of Fish and Wildlife, there would be a change in that number. And that you've got to do that. You've got to go back to the green books, but that becomes part of the business between an administrative agency and the legislature, and they straighten stuff out like that sometimes, but it's always introduced to the legislature.
if, excuse me. If I apply for a permit and then it goes to a lottery and I get it, can I take the dog permit, put it on my pit bull, and never intending on going coyote hunting? Essentially taking away a permit that could be used. What are the qualifications?
I think I think that question was asked earlier as well too, and I think the enforcement division answered that before a permit is issued. And I don't know if it's at what point, but they will likely make a site visit to make sure that the intent is there and that they can prove the
That's
ability
right.
and the intent. And that,
That's
they'll
right,
have to see
Brad.
the dogs. Okay.
Yeah, I
And
think
I
the
don't know
other,
if the colonel's there, he could answer that question, but they go and they meet the dogs right now for bears, so.
You're correct, Commissioner.
I think the intent of that was also to, because it's a new, the entirely new regulatory scheme is to, have the wardens go out and talk to folks and make sure that they understand what the requirements are and, what the statute says and, just familiarize themselves with the people who are out there doing the hunting, so. I think that's something that was done with bear hunters and has been done with bear hunters in the past.
Could you just
So let me
clarify?
ask a question. Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. Could you just clarify, because I don't think you clarified this question, who developed the 100 permit number? Was it the legislation or was it the department?
It was the legislation.
Yeah, it's in the green books.
Okay. Is there a specific reason for the number 100?
We had no number to provide them with the number of folks out there because we never regulated this activity. And so they settled on 100. Probably because we referenced the number of bear permits that we'd issued with that year was about 130, I believe. I think that's how it got there.
Okay, so is that number negotiable in the future if there are more than 100, or is it staying
Yeah, I
at?
think David made that point. If we saw that we were continually getting a number of like 130, we can go back and say, we think it makes sense to raise it to 130 or 40, depending on what we actually see.
Okay, and does that decision go through the board or does that go through the department?
That would be the department doing it because it's a legislative initiative. But, if board members were communicating and said, hey, we think, we probably would be looking at doing it anyway. We would say it at a board meeting because we'd often talk about our legislative intent. Because it's not a rulemaking issue, it's a legislative issue.
So Jamie, just to make sure that's clear, it's the legislature that would have to change that number 100. And it would be the department advocating through the legislative process to the legislature to get that number changed.
That's accurate.
Thank you.
So I have a question. Is there anything, I don't have dogs, not coyote dogs. So would there be anything preventing me from applying for a permit to hunt with somebody, to hunt with a buddy that has dogs? If he didn't get one and I did, is there anything preventing me from doing that? Because that could change the number of applications dramatically.
I think, well, first of all, there are sub-permittees. So you could be a sub-permittee. So, you know, there are,
But I-
like the bear permits, you know, people often will go out together, especially since it's easier to kind of track the dogs and follow them when there's multiple people. But there are requirements about, you know, being in contact with each other and being under the control of the permittee. And the permittee is ultimately liable for any, you know, violations.
Correct, but my question is, if I do not have dogs, can I apply for a permit and then have a person that has dogs be my sub-permittee?
David Sosville's hands raised.
David, do you have a response to that question?
I'm just thinking.
I don't have the paperwork in front of me, but I remember there being language that you could not apply for a permit if for someone else's dogs. And maybe that's what Catherine's looking for, but I'd have to find the
Yeah.
paperwork. But you can still go out and hunt with an individual that has dogs, as Catherine said, as one of their sub-permittees.
Right, I was trying to find the language too, but I can't get my phone and my iPad to work at the same time on this.
Yeah, and one would imagine that if wardens do go out to meet the owners, they'll be looking around for signs that there are dogs around, and that information, I believe, would make its way back to the commissioner as he was considering whether or not to issue a license. And I presume that in the case of phantom dogs, commissioner might not issue a license.
Yeah, so the permittee has to have valid coyote dog permits, so they have to be the dog owner. And that's under the license and permit sections.
I think the question is, do they have to be the owner of the dogs? You know, if I'm a coyote hunter with hounds and I have 12 hounds, I don't know how realistic a question this is, but if I have 12 hounds and I want to talk Jay into going hound hunting and I lend him 4 of my hounds, and he verifies that he has hounds to go hunting with now. So I don't know if there's some proof of ownership of the dogs or if there's, you know, I just figured out a way to get 8 of my hounds or 12 of my hounds out there to recruit a couple of my friends to take for, even though we have to apply for a permit and get awarded a permit. So I think that's what I heard from Jay's question. I don't know if that's what he asked or not, but that's what I heard from the question. Somehow manipulating that process.
I don't think we would allow somebody to use somebody else's dogs, because person who gets the permit, who is the permittee, has to have registered dogs.
Mm-hmm.
They have to have the, if you look under the, I mean, there are, I don't know, I wish.
And I'm sure that based on the training, I don't know how, yeah, I've never even considered coyote hunting, but I know that, in terms of owning the dogs, I mean, I think if you're going to train those dogs, you have to have experience training those dogs and, you know, owning and training those dogs, and have somebody else use those 4 dogs without that proper training probably would not be very effective. Someone has a hand up?
If Mike Scott has his hand up.
Oh, good.
Mike?
We need a word
Just
to
chi-
answer that question.
Just chiming in that when we're looking at bear hounds for the purpose of registration, it's the collar with the tag on it that makes the dog registered, and that bear hounds can be transferred between owners as long as the dogs that are being used in the hunt have the permit holder's tags on it. They are considered the registered dog, and the actual owner of the dog doesn't matter as much. The language prohibits applying for a permit for the sole purpose of having a out-of-state, a non-resident dog owner coming and running dogs, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you.
And that same language is in the coyote rule. So you could conceivably have 2 hunters combine their dogs. So one would be the permittee and one would be the sub-permittee, I guess. Sorry about that.
The one thing I didn't get is there a limit to the amount of sub-permittees per hunt? I didn't know if it stated that one way or another. I didn't find it where it stated that. Or if there's any, there's probably no reason to limit that, I'm not sure. Mike, do you have an answer to that or a thought about that?
Apologize. No, I don't believe there is a limit on the number of sub-permittees. It is not uncommon for, 3 vehicles of hunters to be tagging along on these. And it's frequent where a bunch of people are going to be involved in the capturing and leashing of dogs. I don't know that there is a reason to have a don't know if there's a reason to have a limit on sub-permittees.
Thank you. Any other questions for Catherine at this point?
If I may just add clarification to that last question, I was just digging up the verbiage. This is the Colonel's. It says 2 or more hunters, but the restriction comes to the number of dogs that are allowed to be out at any given time. So you could have multiple hunters, but you can't exceed the number of dogs regardless of how many people you have there. So hopefully that adds a little bit of clarification.
You also can't relay them. You can't like substitute dogs.
Right, that's how I understood. You couldn't relay them, and no matter how many, even if everybody there was a permit holder, the size of the pack is 4.
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay. Any other questions at this point? Okay. Not, I'm going to suggest that we take a 10-minute break and come back at 10 after 7. And then we will, I think what we'll need to do, what we want to do next is Commissioner, are you still on?
He's not.
Okay, Commissioner had to leave. He had another meeting he had to go to. So I think we'll skip the Commissioner's update at this point, and then I think we'll have a conversation about the possibility of going into an executive session. And then we'll do the commissioner's update after that. And then we'll discuss whether or not we were ready to have a vote tonight, or if we need, more time or more information. So let's take a 10-minute break or till 7:10. Thank you.
There are restrooms right out here to the right. There's women's and then men's right down, and there's a water fountain over there. Yep. Yeah.
Probably walk right by the water fountain. Where's the water fountain?
It's right around the corner, like on the back wall. Yeah. Washington.
I see it.
You
I
see it?
it, yeah.
Street granite street, so good. Just. Yes, great. Nobody on there did. Oh, this was kind of fucking. Yeah. He only had time for two.
Miles isn't gold.
Yeah. Just saw it.
Is that what you just?
Yeah.
He's- Oh. Yeah. Okay, what else is working? We should be able to see it.
What?
Arcade miles. I don't know. 13, what do you call this? Really?
What? Fine.
So about my sense. We should be able to see it.
You could have no parking. It's. That's pretty sick.
That's not good.
Sheets. No, I'm not on any. With me, but.
Well, I know sometimes you get so.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can pull that back up if you need it during the meeting, but.
I couldn't see.
Yes, that. Yeah. Exactly. But it would be easier because if I had to invite from, I wouldn't have to uninvite this room. That made it complicated last time.
Yeah.
Because I had to invite the room. Whereas he went into like failure, he would.
Right.
Yeah. So I just stay in here with these folks to make sure it's,
Yeah.
I don't need to.
Okay.
Yeah. Because that's required in advance. So I just thought the message and I told her to. No. That's the deer.
What happened?
There's a big fire in Montpelier right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, no kidding.
It's
Wow.
national co-op.
Oh, really?
It used to be Howland Lumber.
Oh. Bummer. There's a big fire.
Yeah, you said the night taco.
Well, that just happened a couple
Yeah.
days
Yeah.
ago, so, yeah, another one.
Yeah.
Have these
Yeah,
guys
there's a
been
big
open?
fire.
They were about the dance.
They were. They
Yeah,
were.
they said they were.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's just another
Huh.
place. These, man.
That's a bummer. Yeah.
Just an FYI, if we do come back in, we're gonna have a discussion on whether or not we want to go into executive session, and if we choose to and vote to, then we'll have to ask everybody, not part of the board, to,
I think what we'll do is go into the other room so folks can
well, we
see.
can do that, okay, even better plan.
We don't have to uninvite this room or anything. It'll just make it much smoother when we come back.
That
and
works.
Just use this.
Yeah.
So,
How do we get these guys included in the meeting?
they'll have to sign off or they'll have to. Yeah, they'll have to sign off
And I'll send
and then we'll send out another.
Okay, and we'll leave this one
I
after this.
can-
Okay, all right, so we'll figure it out, but, okay. Okay, we off mute? We're good?
You've been off mute, yeah.
Okay, well, welcome back, call the meeting back to order. And, the next item on the agenda is to have a discussion around the possibility of going to an executive session. For those board members that were here last meeting, it's the same thing we had last time. And, we can discuss whether or not we can go into executive, there's a need to go into executive session for legal advice. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Catherine, and she can walk us through this discussion like last time.
So, in order to justify an executive session, in accordance with Title I Vermont statutes annotated Section 313A, 1F, the board does have the authority, with a 2/3 vote to go into executive session if the board makes a specific finding that, premature general public knowledge about the, legal advice would place the public body or a person involved, at a substantial disadvantage. If we go into executive session to get I think in this case, it would be specifically to receive legal advice regarding the latest LCAR memorandum, and the legal implications of LCAR's approval process, when they can object, under what circumstances, what are the legal implications of that objection. No other matter can be considered during that executive session. The board cannot make any decisions. It cannot vote. And no formal action can be taken. So it would be just specifically for the purpose of discussing legal or getting legal services. So, you know, I think previously the board made a finding that the board needs accurate information about the statutory authority of LCAR, the reasons why LCAR can object, the consequences of the objection, and if the board were to proceed with submitting a rule for adoption and the rule would challenge in court, what would the results of that be? What are the risks involved from a legal perspective, and the inability to kind of discuss those issues openly with legal counsel could undermine the board's ability to make an informed decision and would put the board at a substantial disadvantage. So you have to make that finding. You have to vote on whether you want to proceed to executive session. Up to you.
So based on, did everybody hear Catherine fine? If not, just let me know. If okay, if not, so I'm going to call a vote, and the vote is going to be: do you agree that there's sufficient finding based on what Catherine just said that we go into executive session to discuss our to have her present to us our legal options based on LCAR's role and what their findings might be, what their response to our rule might be. So all those who believe the finding that there is significant finding in order to go into executive session signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Opposed? Okay, ayes have it. There is significant finding to go into executive session. Now, if I can get a motion. Mike?
I move to enter into executive session to receive legal advice for 1 BSA section 313A1F, including the board members and department staff.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, I'm gonna take a roll call vote, please. So all those in favor of going into executive session, based on the motion made by Mike Bancroft, will signify yes when roll call vote is taken. And if opposed, it's no. Jamie Dragon,
Yes.
Bob Patterson,
Yes.
Michael Bancroft,
Yes.
Neil Hogan,
Yes.
Paul Noel,
Yes.
Artie Van Buren,
He said yes.
okay, Michael Colson,
Yes.
Jay Sweeney,
Yes.
David Dean,
Yes.
Nicholas Burnham,
Yes.
and Brad Ferlin, yes. Okay, we will go into executive session. So we are going to move to a different room, and I'll let Catherine kind of talk you through what the process is going to be.
Yeah, I think board members will need to sign off because you're gonna have to come back and sign on to the same meeting.
Different meeting.
Yep.
Yep. I'll send out the meeting right now.
We're gonna send out a new meeting invite, and so you'll have to sign on to that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna send that out to you guys right now, so just give me 1 second.
Do we have any idea approximately how long this will be? I think it'll be less time than.
15 minutes, maybe 15, 20 minutes. Last time,
Just so you guys know.
yeah, we're really,
Try to keep it short.
yeah, we've gotten the basis of it before, but now it's just reiterating it.
They also have a new memo.
Yes. Wow, that's a fire. Another different picture, different. It's like the entire building. I don't know which building it
A
is.
lot of wood in that building. A lot
Yeah.
of lumber. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's too bad.
Excuse me?
Does that have World Cow on it? That building?
It might, I don't know. I don't travel. with
It's,
Yeah, is it the one that has the painted cow on it?
a friend of mine that lives right near the text that said something, let me see what she said about it.
Gentlemen, don't forget to sign off on this link. Because this link is gonna remain open in the room we're in right now. The public is gonna stay in this room.
It is that one?
So we need to make sure that you guys sign off this link and sign on to the new one that you're gonna be getting.
Yeah.
You'll be able to monitor if these guys are on or off.
Yes,
right?
I will.
If they.
I'm gonna be here. I just sent it. It's titled Executive Session.
Okay.
Thank you.
Executive session. I'll say it. Probably don't. The co-op is going to survive. Who said that? This is from Cassandra Edson, lives in Montreal. Oh. Oh my God. Oh, that would be good. Okay, so should we go out in the hallway or something? We're gonna let Abigail listen to us.
I still see one guest on here.
Kim, you're on the wrong meeting. You have to sign off this.
I did sign off this one. Huh. All right.
If you can still see this meeting, you're on the wrong one.
Okay, thank you.
Go sit in the hallway. Oh my God.
Can I ask a question now?
Sure. I'd love to hear it.
Is somebody going to sing during this 15 minutes to entertain us?
Michael, you're on the wrong meeting.
And you're muted. How are you gonna know what's going on if you're not in?
Cause I'm the assistant to Catherine and Chris, so I will, they need me to know.
Get it later.
They will tell me.
Thanks.
Abigail, I'll wait until I have you, that everybody's on. The board members. I'll just take a quick roll call, make sure we're all here. Jamie, yes. Bob Patterson, yes. Michael Bancroft, yes. Neil Hogan, yes. Paul Noel. No, waiting on Paul. Marty, are you with us yet? No. Michael Polson, yes.
I'm here.
Jay Sweeney, Jay Sweeney, okay, David Dean, yes.
Yep.
Nick Burnham, yes, and
Yes,
myself,
me.
okay. So we're waiting on Marty and, Paul. Marty or Paul, are you with us?
I don't see them.
It took Paul a while to get in. He was the last one in.
I'll try to send this to them both again.
Okay.
And see if that helps. Paul is on.
Okay.
He's on.
Wait on Marty. No, we're waiting on Marty now. Yeah, I just sent him a text too. I will give Marty 2 more minutes and then we'll start without him if we don't see him here soon. Okay, why don't we, did you hear from Marty at all?
Since it won't let him join, I'll keep texting him.
Okay, then why don't we, get going and, we'll let Abigail work with, Marty to get in. Okay, I'd like to call the meeting back to order, back to, open session. So we've heard tonight, the, Catherine has walked us through the response to the communications that we have heard from, LCAR. And some, changes to the rules that have been proposed by the departments and some that are, that correspond with proposed changes from LCAR. And then some that haven't. Excuse me?
Did we vote to exit?
Okay, excuse me. I will take a motion to come out of executive session and go into open session. Mike, if you can. Thank you.
So moved.
Second, anybody?
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor of coming out of executive session and moving into open session, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, ayes have it. We are now officially in open session at 8:14. So as I was saying, we have received a couple communications now from LCAR, and we have had a updated rule presented to us from the departments, incorporating some of those changes and not incorporating some of the others. And in addition, we've heard some feedback tonight from board members of certain issues that they have with the rules presented by the department. So we now have to decide what our next steps are. One option is to take a vote. Other is to walk through the issues a little bit more closely and see if we can come to a consensus or an agreement on how we want to accept those or make changes, additional changes to the rule. So I will leave it up to the board members now to take it from here in terms of what we want to do with the rule.
Can I make a motion to go through each one?
And officially, just I lost you a little bit there, Jamie.
Do I need to make a motion to go through each one, or can I just ask to go through each one? So that we all come to a consensus on what we want.
You can do that. If someone wants to make a motion and you get a second, and that's what the board's wishes are, that's what we will do. Absolutely.
Okay, I'll make a motion to go through each one of the issues to come to a consensus.
And I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor of going through, just to clarify, are you talking about going through each section or just those sections that have issues?
Just the sections that have issues.
Okay, and I think I've got.
Thank you.
I think I captured. Yeah, yeah. Okay, all those in favor of going through each section that we have an open issue, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Right.
Okay, ayes have it, that's what we will do. So, Captain, I don't know if you want to take this or if you want me to take it and take notes, how we want to do it. You want, welcome to, we can just,
I guess I would prefer to take notes if there's language
Okay.
change. I think you're gonna start with the definition
roll 3.6.
of, yeah.
If we can just, at least all agree on which sections we're talking about. So let's start with 3.6 is the first section I have, unless somebody has one prior to that that they would like to discuss. Okay, hearing none. This-
If I could, Mr. Chairman, and I'm
Yes.
not in.
Oops.
I think I lost you, David.
In a
David, we didn't catch that, any of that.
My computer froze up. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right.
I can't support that language because it is not control of the dogs. That's all I have, because I really have no alternative.
Okay, so what we have in front of us is the language as presented by the department to us that attaches a definition of control of dogs. And so what we've heard so far is, David, you're fine that this definition does not meet the definition of control.
Correct.
Okay, any other comments?
I think it,
I'd like to make a comment if I could. David, I disagree with you. We watched a very good seminar given by some guys that have done this for a long time. And I think they have very good control of this method. I've also worked with some hunting dogs before that just a whistle gives them control. Well-trained dogs are controlled easily.
yeah, I agree with that, what Nick just said. I don't think you can go any further in any way to maintain control of these hounds.
And you know where they are at all times. I will echo that. We were tasked with reducing the conflicts between landowners, and during the seminar that Nick was talking about, they said that they have the ability with the GPS collars to stop and recall the dogs before they cross the property line. So I believe the control of dogs definition here does exactly what Act 165 is asking us to do.
Neil Hogan and then Jay Sweeney.
Okay, Neil?
So yes, control, the GPS collars absolutely control those dogs. It allows the handlers to see where they are, to see if they're getting close to posted property or other properties, including highways. They can then take action to retrieve those hounds and get them back into their possession. Furthermore, there's additional penalties for handlers that don't control their hounds, which is, I think, further in these rules.
So I would probably have some problems with this language if this was just in and of itself all we had. But we also have the fact that remove the requirement that they had to be in immediate communications with each other, that they couldn't use cell phones or radios. I think by allowing them to do that, if they're hunting an area, they're probably going to have hunters and handlers in various spots to better control those dogs from getting out of the area that they're trying to use them in. So I with that piece additional, I think this is probably the best we're going to get without just firing it to the point where it goes away.
Okay, I will just add, my opinion is I don't know if this in and of itself will absolutely prevent every single dog and human interaction, unwanted one. But it wasn't what we were asked to do. It was to minimize that. And I think our goal is to actually eliminate that. And that's why, in addition to this, as others have said, we have added penalties. We're getting the dogs validated and verified that they are qualified to do what they're doing. And this is a big step in the right direction. And next year, if we have better technology, if we have a better understanding of how to introduce a better definition of control and stronger tools to do that, then as the board, I think we will all take a look at that, and I think we will all continue to move in that direction. I think this is just a big step in that direction, and it's an evolving process. It's not an end to this process. It's just an evolving process, and this is the first big step in defining that control and getting a better degree of control over the dogs. So that's where I land on this. So with that said, do I have anybody else has an opinion or comment on this section? Okay, so there are no recommended changes to the language. So I'll ask for a vote on this section. All those in favor of accepting the language under 3.6 with the definition of control of dogs. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. You may want to do a roll call vote on this. Just to cover.
I can do that. Is anybody going to keep track of the votes? You have it? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, whoever that comment came from. So all those in favor of language as presented by the department in 3.6, defining the control of dogs, a yes will be supporting the language as presented, and no will be not accepting that language.
Neil has his hand up. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Neil, before we vote?
Yes, please. Yes. So there was a mention of adding language to this that was previously struck about communication between handlers.
No,
There was just a comment about that. I didn't know if that needed to be added to this, or if we're just going to proceed with.
No, there was previously language in there requiring that they do not use cell phones or radios, that they have to be in visual contact with each other. But that was removed previously.
It's under the definition of the company. 3.1.
So do we want to add that language in to further show that communication with cell phones or two-way radios can only ensure that it's going to be better. Is there a reason not to have that in there?
I believe the definition of a company came directly from the Bear Rule. And by removing the restriction of using communication gives anyone the ability to talk on a radio or a cell phone. So I feel like we don't need to add anything to section 3.6 or to 3.1 in the definition of a company.
Okay,
I agree.
thank you.
I agree as well.
Okay, so all in favor, so Jamie, again, a yes vote is supporting the language as presented, and a no is disagreeing with the language as presented. Jamie?
Yes.
Bob Patterson?
Yes.
Michael Bancroft?
Yes.
Neil Hogan?
Yes.
Paul Noel?
Yes.
Artie Van Buren?
Yes.
Michael Colson?
Yes,
Jay Sweeney? Jay?
Yes. Sorry.
Thank you. David? Dean?
No.
Nicholas Burnham?
Yes.
Brad Ferlin, yes. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10-1. The language is accepted as presented by the departments. Okay, moving on to the next section that we had some 3.14.
3.13.
3.13. Do we have any issues with that? Did anybody have any concerns with 3.13 as presented? No? Okay. So moving on to 3.14. A, more specific. I think we were fine with A. And B, B was essentially the same thing too, but it wasn't designated and mapped. That it would be just identified with other sources other than mapped. And item number 3, Vermont Rail Trails designated, that's so the defining the rail trails designated and the Green Mountain Club and the Long Trail. Excuse me, the Appalachian Trail, the Long Trail, and Vermont Rail Trails as trails.
let's see.
I guess I'll just repeat what I said before. I think that saying a trail can be identified by blazes or tags seems pretty vague to me.
I have a current concern with it also.
Is the concern about the expansion of trails?
Yeah, it is like, in particular, the Vermont rail trails, if there's like many, trails or roads. When there's a beaver problem I just see that impacting the potential of taking care of it before it becomes a problem, rather than waiting for a nuisance problem after it's already there.
Right.
So just, we're on, and I'm sorry if I made the mistake, we're on 3.14B, where we were talking about the definition of trails. And A was talking about trails that are designated and mapped. B is talking about trails that are not necessarily mapped, but they're identified solely by blazes, tags, or signage on municipal lands, Vermont state land, or federal land. So it's still trails. It's just more on how they are identified rather than being mapped.
So if they're motorized trails, not non-motorized, if they're motorized, it won't apply. And we have a lot of those.
This section refers to non.
It doesn't apply,
This-
yeah. Both A and B.
Unless, yeah, I think Catherine said earlier, unless that motorized trail is a designated trail as well.
Unless it's a multi-use designated trail.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there are some trails that are just simply motorized.
Yes.
And there are also some, class 4 roads that are covered under the, public highway definition that have been specifically designated by towns on public lands as ATV trails or snowmobile trails. And the setbacks would be applicable to those under the definitions.
Yeah, in my town, we have several Forest Service roads, and so you can run a vehicle on them, but there's bicycles and people walking their dogs, there's all kinds of cross-country skiing, it's biking, like I say, it's everything. Horses, there's no difference between that road other than it's motorized, so I guess it wouldn't apply based on this. Yeah, I think we're better off to, in my own mind, is to leave it how it was, how the trails were designated in the initial rule. I
To
just
be
think,
clear, the initial rule was a pedestrian footpath on Vermont state-owned public land open to the public and designated and mapped by the managing agency or department. There was no A or B or C.
right, simpler for me, the better, that's all. And I think it does create, it becomes an issue when if right now it's non-motorized, but yet there's people that aren't gonna, I just think it creates an issue. I do.
What would you suggest?
I guess I don't understand what, I mean, are you saying that it would be better if it's motorized too?
Actually, no, I'd rather, I don't want either one of them, but with this, to me, what it does, it creates more of an issue for people to understand where they should be, unless there's a signage that says at the entrance of every road that tells you whether it's motorized or non-motorized, what you're allowed to do. It's just not 100% clear to me as written. Because if it's motorized, like the road behind my house, this would not apply. But it's used for everything that's listed on there. And more.
Well, if the road behind your house is designated and mapped by a municipality, a federal agency, V-Trans, or a state agency, it's going to be applicable. So
Okay, so
I mean,
vast,
so
a vast trail is not considered.
there are vast trails that would not be, where this would not be applicable.
Okay, because this one is marked as a vast trail.
Yeah.
There is a distinction between the rail trail and vast trails. The rail trail is part of the vast system, but the vast system uses a lot of private property where this would not apply.
Correct.
So 3.14B, where it talks about setbacks from the not mapped, but clearly marked trails. Is it, how many trails could we potentially be talking about? How many miles of unmarked or unmapped but marked trails are we talking about? So in order to avoid any gray areas with section B, can we put it on the state and municipalities to map every trail that they have? If it's not mapped, then it isn't subject to the setbacks.
Can we
Go ahead, Hank.
scroll and see the whole rule here, the whole section B?
So I think it makes sense to keep sections A and C, but B, because it can be a gray area.
So just, I mean, I do think the biggest issue is with municipalities. Because some municipalities do not clearly map their trails. There's great, maps for federal lands and state lands in general. So, and those are usually clearly designated. The biggest issue is municipalities. So, but that's public land too. So there are some municipalities that have, recreational departments, and they do a great job of mapping their lands, their trails. They have good online resources. But there are others, like particularly small towns, where they don't necessarily have that wherewithal. B came from a request that we have a catch-all description of public trails. And, originally we picked designated and mapped because that's clear, notice both to trappers and the public that those trails are subject to setbacks.
Yeah, so I feel like that is clear and makes sense. The fact that municipalities already have the authority to limit hunting on their owned lands, that instead of complicating our passing of this rule, specifically section 3.14, I think it's okay to put it on the municipalities to map their own trails, to avoid dealing with a very gray section of this rule.
And I'm going to respectfully disagree with part of that. Because if you leave it to the municipality, if they want to create setbacks, their setback may be 100 foot, 200 foot, 300 foot. It may be much more restrictive than if we just do this and they say there's already a rule in place, we don't have to worry about it.
All right, I agree with that. I mean, we're talking about trails that are designated, managed, maintained, and clearly marked on the ground with whatever that tagging might be, which is blazes, tags, or signage. I'm just.
A lot of those, they have these little,
Right.
some places have these little things that they put on trees. Some just use paint. Some use like little signs. I don't know.
There's some burden on the trapper to understand where they're trapping. And the closer you are to municipalities, the closer we have these kinds of designated trails for the most part. And so in my mind, I don't think this is an outrageous request. And I think it moves us in a safer direction. And we're defining what that is. To leave it up to somebody else, then it might be an outright ban on trapping in the municipality.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to accept the rule 3.14 ABC as it's presented.
I'll second that.
Who seconded that?
Who seconded?
Nick.
Thank you.
Okay, so we went to, now we have a motion on the floor to accept 3.14 A, B, and C. As presented. Any other, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments? Okay, hearing none. I'm gonna take a roll call vote. Again, yes is to accept the language as presented, and no is to not accept it. Jamie Dragon,
Yes.
Bob Patterson,
Based on the comments I just heard, yes.
Michael Bancroft,
No.
Neil Hogan,
Yes.
Paul Noel,
Yes.
Marty Van Buren,
Yes.
Michael Colson,
No.
Jay Sweeney,
Yes.
David Dean,
Yes.
Nicholas Burnham, Nick, I'm not sure if you're on or if you're on mute.
Okay, no. Who seconded it?
Nick, are you with us? Okay, we'll move beyond Nick at this point, and Brad is a yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 8. 8, 1, and 1 abstention at this point. 8, 9, 10. Did I miss anybody other than Nick? Yes, there were 2 no's. Yes, there were. Thank you.
Brad, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay.
Something wrong with the computer.
That's all right. So the question on the table, the motion is to accept the language as presented or not. Yes is to accept it as presented. No is to not accept it.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 9 to 2. Accepted. Okay. Okay. Moving on to the next section I have, we talked about 413, but I think we were okay with that, except that it is a carbon monoxide chamber, I believe. Instead of.
No, it isn't.
No.
It isn't, so it's carbon, so it is correct as written?
Correct, it's
Okay.
correct.
Okay,
And it's apparently effective.
okay.
Not that I know. For you people who.
Did you hear that, Bob?
I did. It will kill you, just takes longer than carbon monoxide.
Okay, so we were good on 413 and we were good on 414. We didn't have any issues. Then we went to 415. So we're on 415.
Wait, can I just say something about 413?
Yes.
Somebody just said that carbon dioxide takes longer than carbon monoxide. So why are we excluding carbon monoxide?
Because it's not a recommended method.
Okay. By the American Veterinary Medical Association?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions there? If not, moving on to 415, trapping setbacks.
I
So,
I
question-
feel for. Oh,
Michael Bancroft first, and then Jay, I think that was, or whoever. Michael Bancroft first.
4.15B, in this, for the sake of consistency, why was 100 feet chosen as the distance instead of 50 feet that lines up with, the setbacks from any legal trail?
So the 50 feet was chosen in part, based on, leash length and the fact that most people like actually stay on a trail. Well, we thought that a wider buffer was important when we were talking about other areas like parks and playgrounds where people tend to move around more. And so that was the rationale for the difference. Just in a nutshell. I don't know if any staff want to add anything to that, but.
I'm gonna hand up, Kim Royer, staff, and then, Paul Noel has his hand up as well.
Okay.
Kim?
Yes, thank you very much. I just add that when we looked at regulations from around other states, and not every state obviously has offsets on trails or on parks, but those on the parks and picnic areas and schools were consistently larger than the offsets on trails. Some larger than 100 feet.
Good point.
Both Paul and Jay have their hands up, right?
Okay, Jay. Well, Jay, you were next, I think.
So my question is to get around this, unless underwater or the ice. I know that was one of the things brought up in the Elkra memo. Would there be any reason for there to be traps like that within 100 feet of these areas, even under the water? We're going to run into some problems with that as it's written. Can we reword that somehow? Just, I don't want this coming back at us again.
I think there is a potential for that to be an issue.
But if you have nuisance beaver problems around those areas, that might handicap you to deal with those problems if
well,
you
then
didn't have
maybe
that exception.
somewhere that we have an exception that in a nuisance situation, the department can issue a permit with the landowner's permission or the affected person's permissions, or however it gets worded, so that we can get around this issue, because this is going to come back to bite us, I think.
Yep.
So again, there by statute, landowners and towns are exempt from these rules for nuisance to address, defending infrastructure and property, or threats to humans or pets or livestock. If somebody hires somebody to trap for compensation, that person has to have a trapping license, and they have to abide by certain provisions within this rule. They do not have to abide by setbacks. They do not have to abide by seasons. There are other provisions that they have to abide by, which are things like, reporting, checking their traps, not using certain methods like poison and chemicals, reporting, that kind of thing.
So if we struck verbiage that says unless set in the water or under the ice, that's the rest of it. is that going to accomplish what we want to accomplish and meet the LCAR request?
I think it would go a long way towards satisfying an LCAR concern. I do think there is a distinction, maybe I'm speaking out of turn, but I do think there is a distinction between a set in the water and a set under ice. A set that's under ice is pretty hard to have contact with. You actually have to like somehow get under the ice. And I just don't know how that would happen. The other concern that I think some people have is that it will push, it'll push things towards nuisance, which also sort of increases, waste of fur and things like that. Just trying to give you kind of some of the issues that people think about.
No, good point. I agree. The under the ice, but I think pushing them towards nuisance in these areas that are described in section B probably aren't common trapping areas anyway.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
So I guess I'm taking into consideration the trappers. We're not putting a big restriction on them by accepting this with the water exclusion removed, but that and try to accomplish everything we're try to find a common ground here is what I'm trying to do.
Yep.
I think it's important to note that a lot of, it's not necessarily a nuisance trapper that's going to deal with these problems. They're going to be dealt with by many just regular trappers during this beaver season. I know I'm called upon, I'm not a nuisance trapper, but I am called upon to help out the town of Irisburg. And I do it during the trapping season to better harvest the fur and meat. So it's in these playgrounds and picnic areas, and can be many beaver conflicts in those areas very close by that have to be dealt with by regular trappers during the regular trap season.
But would that be considered a nuisance case, Paul?
You have to, in the trapper report, if you do nuisance trapping during the season, there is an option for that now, but that's a good question. I don't call it a nuisance job. Maybe Kim or somebody could clarify that, but.
I would say that, yeah, I don't know. Kim, do you want to comment on that or?
Well, I would only say that we always encourage people whenever possible to trap during the regular season for just the reason that Paul was suggesting, that we want to have these animals utilized. We don't want them to become nuisance animals where people start to look at them as vermin rather than valuable parts of the ecosystem. So we want people to try to trap them during the regular season.
Tim, I understand that, but a licensed trapper who is restricted by 100 feet in open water, if they encounter a nuisance situation, if it's a nuisance situation outside of trapping season, then it doesn't apply.
Correct.
If it's a nuisance issue within the trapping season timeline, can a licensed trapper trap? My question is, wouldn't a licensed trapper be able to trap under nuisance circumstances within that 100 feet during trapping season?
That
I
would
would
probably be a
say-
question for Mike or for Warden Scott or the major.
I'm here and yes, under as a warden force, we do push people to trap as many of these animals, again, as a non-nuisance basis, even where they cause conflict. However, where there are bona fide property protection concerns, even during the season, animals can be trapped as a nuisance, provided they're there at the direction of the landowner.
Correct. So someone like Paul, who wants to trap during the regular season, to get the benefit of the fur or whatever the benefits are, he could take advantage of doing trapping within that 100-foot boundary, under a nuisance. If you had, and you'd have to prove that it's a nuisance. Is that correct?
That's correct, and this is a circumstance where I'd always encourage a trapper to reach out to their local warden if this is going to be one of those circumstances where you're going to ask for the rules not to apply during the season. It's very apparent to a warden if somebody's trapping beavers in, May because of a damage situation, but to look at this during the open trapping season and say, well, we're not going to follow these rules because the season's open. That's kind of a conversation best had prior to going forward.
We have that.
So do we need under B to add a simple sentence in that clarifies nuisance trapping can happen during the regular season, which would change the 100-foot rule with permission from the state park? Or
No, you don't need to.
I don't think we need to.
Right.
It's redundant. It's part of the regulatory, framework. And yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Mike?
So I agree with Jay that perhaps we can strike the unless set in water or under ice, section 4.15A, but perhaps perhaps we change the 100 feet from buildings, parking lots, and et cetera to 50 feet, only because Paul brought up a good point that there's often some issues in these areas, and the fact that people aren't picnicking during the trapping season, I think, will limit the exposure to there being a trapping person conflict in these areas. So again, for consistency, I think removing the unless set in water or under ice, but bringing everything down to 50 feet.
Catherine, could you give us a little background on I remember that this closeness to buildings and parks and landscaped areas, et cetera, was of particular interest to members of LCAR in one of the memos we received.
It was the first memorandum, and it was really based on the directive that that the board fashioned rules for placement of traps at a safe distance from parks, playgrounds, and other places where people might reasonably be expected to recreate. So that's where B came from. And then in our discussions about what distances to use between traps and between the trails and B, it's sort of as Kim said, I'd sort of forgotten, but we really looked at a whole bunch of other states and what their setbacks were and we looked at the states around us. And just kind of thought about like what kinds of activities occur in those locations.
Yeah, I agree. I have no problem with the 100 feet setback for these types of areas. I want to maintain that exemption for traps set in water or under ice, to be consistent with the setbacks of 50 feet from trails. I like the consistency there, but the added setback for these areas, I have no problem with.
I guess I don't understand. Yeah, I guess my where it's not connecting for me is that I'm fine with 100 feet as well. And I don't think that we need to the under the ice. I think is a completely different situation than in the water. But as long as we maintain the exception that nuisance trapping can occur, in less than 100 feet, I'm not sure why we wouldn't exclude the water, open water.
It's a whole lot easier to trap beaver in open water than under the ice. And most people now trap beaver.
I understand that. I understand that. I guess my question is though, one of the earlier comments was that within these areas and within that 100-foot zone is where most of the nuisance trapping occurs. And as long as we have an exemption for the nuisance trapping, that will handle that issue, then why would we do traditional trapping within that 100 feet of water? That's what I'm trying to get to. What the importance of that 100 feet versus the rest of the body water.
I guess it goes back to the definition.
If it's underwater, it's exempt from the 100-foot rule.
No, I get the under ice. It's just, I'm talking about the open water.
Well, it's the language that I'm looking at says unless set in the water or under the ice shall be set or on or within 100 feet. So it's an exemption for water and ice.
I think what Brad is trying to say is that he's questioning that exemption, right?
Yes.
Okay.
What I guess what I'm saying is that, and it gets back to Jay's original comment too, that I don't see anything wrong with trapping within 100 feet under the ice. I think there's very little exposure there, and there's very little risk trapping under the ice within 100 feet. So what I'm saying is I'm okay with that exemption. Less okay with the open water trapping exemption. When there's a opportunity to allow trapping for a nuisance situation. And I'm trying to understand why having that exemption for the first 100 feet of water is important and why it needs to be there.
I guess because the definition of nuisance or otherwise type of trapping is still vague to me. And how that would be defined by a guy like me going in there to trap during the trapping season. Am I a nuisance trapper? I don't.
Well, I guess I go back to my question of, in these areas, as it's defined here, and we're talking about buildings, parking lots, wildlife viewing areas, visitor centers, parks, playgrounds, owned and managed by municipal, state, or federal entities. This isn't a private campground or somebody that's got a camp on the shore somewhere. I think this is, I mean, I don't know how many of these places actually are on a shoreline other than swimming areas and some park and some playgrounds that are owned by municipalities. How big an impact is this really going to have if we make that change? I guess I don't want to get stuck on this. May not be a big enough issue to sink this whole rule over this verbiage. I guess that's where I'm at.
David Sosville has his hand up.
David Sawzell?
I think, just to clarify, and B and Catherine, correct me if I'm wrong here, but this does not separate out those locations as only on state or federal land. This does include private property, if I'm reading it correctly.
No, it does not. It only is, it's public places. So municipal, it says owned and managed by municipal, state, and federal entities.
Thank you. Yeah, I found it on the bottom. And I think,
Yeah.
you know, if people have questions about trapping along the shoreline, Mike Scott may be one that could clarify on that.
Sure. Are there any marked, mapped, or designated canoeing or kayaking trails that could impact trapping along shorelines? For example, the Connecticut River.
Well, there's the canoe trail down the Connecticut River, and all of those sites are on private land, usually worked out. The Vermont River Conservancy has been the lead organization to organize that trail. And it does now go all the way from source to sea. I don't know that trapping would be of a particular concern of knowing where many of the sites are. I'm not sure that a trapper would want to do it there anyhow, but I don't know. There are bank beavers in the main stem of the Connecticut, so maybe someone would lay down a few traps.
Just as a point of clarification, the Connecticut River is governed by New Hampshire, and so if you were trapping,
no. Well, not on the Vermont shore.
Not on the Vermont shore, yeah. Yep, but once you got past the stem of the Vermont New Hampshire borderline, obviously the main stem of the river is New Hampshire.
Yeah, except for the, I'm sorry, I spent 50 years working on the Connecticut. It's the mean low water mark on the Vermont shore. That's the boundary. Since that became the boundary in 1934, there have been several dams built that have flooded into Vermont. So there's actually some chunks of the Connecticut River that are Vermont waters.
I see Jay's hand. I don't know who else has got a hand up. I can't see everybody.
Kim Ryder and Jay Sweeney.
Okay.
I'm
Kim. Okay, Jay, go ahead.
Yeah, that was from before. Sorry.
Okay. Kim.
I just wanted to follow up on Dave's question. I'm just not clear. His question, I think, was about whether or not this applied to just state lands and public lands. And that's if it was taken out of B, but A applies to private lands as well. Correct? Am I correct about that, Catherine?
No.
But legal trail, public trail, or public highway
let me just explain. I'll go through each one. Legal trail, it could apply to private lands.
Right. That's
Public
all I'm
trail,
saying.
Right,
Yeah.
public trail, it's gotta be on municipal,
Right,
federal or state land.
right,
Public highway, you know, that's pretty broad, so,
right.
yeah. So you're correct, yes,
Okay,
there are
thank you.
pieces that apply to,
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
yeah, you're welcome.
So we have 2 points here that I think we're focusing on. One is the 100 feet, whether or not the 100 feet is appropriate or whether it should be 50. And the other is whether or not to allow the extension of some form of unless set in water or under the ice, either in its totality, those two, or having those split out just to include just set in the water. Those seems to be what we are getting hung up on.
I like the department's recommendation as written.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion.
I'm sorry.
Paul, motion, David, second.
And is the motion for the entirety of 4.15, or is it A or just B?
There's A and B in my second.
Yeah,
Okay.
with my motion, it's A and B.
I was just
Okay.
chiming in before these guys made a motion to say that I still am not set on the private property, having the 50-foot setback on the private property. Sorry to throw a wrench in here, guys.
Oh, no, that's all right. It's, we have a motion on the table. We have a second on the table. And it's, any additional comments at this point, so, there any other comments at this point relative to the, motion on the table? To accept the language as presented by the department in section 4.15.
Yeah, I was actually going to make a motion to exempt private property from the 50-foot setback.
Well, we have a motion on the floor that we have to, vote on. Unless Paul rescinded his motion, but I don't know that you can do that with, was it seconded? So,
It was seconded,
Yeah.
yeah, so I'm trying to think, yeah.
You can make an amendment, right?
If both
Um,
agree,
He can, huh?
the
Well-
person who makes the motion can amend if the second person
Yeah,
agrees.
he can amend, but
David, your comment?
No, an amendment can be offered
Yeah.
to a motion. You just can't go to the third level. Otherwise, it gets just too damn confusing. But Jamie could offer an amendment to the motion that Jay and I made. But I would really want to see the language and understand. And
It would
that's a matter of whether I consider it a friendly amendment and Jay considers it a friendly amendment. Then we don't have to vote on whether it should be applied to the main motion.
Yeah,
If we do not agree that it's a friendly, then the board has to vote your amendment to become part of the motion.
Okay. So, Jamie,
Yes.
is that a comment or is that actually an amendment you're proposing to the, original motion?
No, that's an amendment that I'm making to the original motion. Sorry, I couldn't get my word in quick enough before these guys made a motion.
Okay, I have a, excuse me.
What is your amendment, Jamie? I'm sorry.
So the amendment is to basically exempt private property from the 50-foot setback.
I will second that amendment. If
Doesn't
that's,
make sense.
okay. And that would be placed where? In A or
I would say probably in A, where it says the 50-foot A, no foothold traps or body gripping traps shall be set on or within 50 feet of the traveled portion of the legal trail, public highway, unless set in the water or on ice. Setbacks shall not apply to public trails on wildlife management areas, except those public trails the department specifically designates as requiring a setback. The department shall post signage on wildlife management areas advising the public of hunting seasons and locations where setbacks apply. So there, it's stricken here, or to private landowners trapping on their own property. But I would assume that it would say before the department shall post signage, it would say setbacks shall not apply to public trails on wildlife management areas, except those public trails the department specifically designates as requiring a setback, and to private land.
You could just add a sentence that says setbacks shall not apply to private property.
That works well.
Yep.
I'm all for it on public, municipal, state, whatever lands, but private lands I'm not okay with.
I guess I have to respectfully disagree. Not that I'm trying to restrict it. I'm thinking what we're looking at public trails that cross property. Don't think there's a lot of those. And I think, again, we're going to run into problems with Elkhart if we just say, you know, a landowner, private landowner that has long trailers, whatever trails there are that go across the state, you know, can put a trap wherever. I think if we take that out, it could be problematic.
So I understand where we were before. Where we were before, we've always had the 50-foot setback on private trails, on public trails or public highways. And in this section, we've always had the 50-foot, but initially we exempted landowners from having to abide by the 50 foot.
We exempted private landowners trapping on their own property.
Right.
And WMAs.
And Elkhart had a issue with that.
They did.
And so the department has now come back and recommended that we remove the private landowner exemption.
Correct.
And make the entirety of the 50-foot setback. Okay, put it in place for that. Okay.
Yeah.
Boy.
So how do we proceed? We've got a second and a motion to amendment in a second.
So, well, first, if there's no other comments, then I'm going to call a vote on the proposed amendments. And, and then we will vote on the actual motion itself, depending what it ends up being. So I'm going to ask for a roll call vote. And a yes will be to support the exemption of private property under the 50-foot setback requirements. And a no will be to leave the language as presented by the department, not excluding the 50-foot private property exemption. So is that clear? Everybody understand what the yes and no's are?
Yes.
I think you can only do that. You can only do that if the person who made and seconded the motion agreed to it by Robert's rules.
No. This is an open vote because we did not agree to it, and the board can amend a motion that is on the floor.
I'm not sure about that, but okay.
So I will say that, the board has not formally decided to follow Robert's rules. And so, I think what's really important is that it's very clear what you're voting on. That's what I think is the most important principle here. So if you're clear on what you're voting for, and it's clear on the record what the issue is, then I think we can proceed.
Okay, so let me reiterate then, the amendment on the floor is to, is to exempt private land under 4.15A, exempt them from the 50-foot setback. So a yes vote would be to accept that exemption, 50-foot exemption for private land. A no would be to accept the language as presented by the department. Well, no, a no, excuse me, a no would be not to accept that amendment, to do that. And then we would go on to determine whether or not we would accept the language as presented by the departments. So.
Okay.
Okay, so I will take a roll call vote. Again, yes is to accept the amendment as presented by Jamie. No is not. Jamie.
Yes.
Bob Patterson. Bob, you're muted. Bob?
Yeah, I'm unclear.
Okay.
I'm in favor of exempting the landowners, so whatever way you're asking this, that's, I don't know. what-
Okay, it's not exempting the landowners per se, it's exempting the property, the land, so that all trappers would be exempt, not just the landowners.
Yeah, it's getting late.
Thank you for saying that, Bob.
Yep. So the original motion on the floor was to accept the language as presented by the department, which includes a 50-foot setback on trails.
Right.
The amendment was to exempt private property under that scenario. Not the landowner, the private property itself, so that all trappers would be exempt from the 50-foot setback. So a yes vote in this case will be agreeing with exempting 50 feet.
Okay,
And,
let me ask.
Okay. Michael Bancroft?
No.
Neil Hogan?
No.
Paul Noel?
No.
Marty Van Buren?
No.
Michael Colson?
Yes.
Jay Sweeney?
No.
David Dean?
No.
Nicholas Burnham?
No.
And Brad Ferlin is no. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3. Okay, so we go back to the original motion on the floor. The original motion on the floor is to accept the language as presented by the department under section 415.
So I'd like to propose an amendment. I know it's getting late, but I want to get this right. So can I propose an amendment?
Well, yes, you can propose it and we'll see where it goes.
Section B, to strike the words set in the water or. So it would read no foothold traps or body gripping traps unless under the ice, and then leave the rest as is.
Okay. So we have a motion to amend the original motion. And that amendment is to strike, set in the water or under the first sentence of 4.15B. Do I have a second? I'll second that. So the vote here is to, if you accept that change, yes is your vote, and if you disagree with that change, no is your vote.
So can we have discussion?
Yes.
Jay, would you also look at striking set in the water on 4.15A? Is that your intent?
No, I wouldn't touch A. We're just, I'm trying to get around the playgrounds, parks, schools, LCAR concern about, including that 100 feet in the water. Under the ice obviously makes sense, but I'm just trying to not have to do this again next week.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, if not, all those in favor of the amendment will signify by saying yes as I call your name. Jamie Dragon,
No.
Bob Patterson,
No.
Michael Bancroft,
Yes.
Neil Hogan,
Yes.
Paul Noel,
No.
Artie Van Buren,
No.
Michael Colson,
No.
Jay Sweeney,
Yes.
David Dean,
Yes.
Nicholas Burnham,
No.
Brad Ferlin, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the amendment fails, 6 to 5. So back to the original motion of accepting the language as presented by the department under section 4.15. We'll do this another roll call. So all those in favor, again, will say yes, and those opposed to the language as presented will say no. Jamie Dragon?
No.
Bob Patterson? Bob, you're on mute.
Excuse me.
If you're locked. Michael Bancroft?
Yes.
Neil Hogan?
Yes.
Paul Noel?
Yes.
Artie Van Buren?
Yes.
Michael Colson?
No.
Jay Sweeney?
Yes.
David Dean?
Yes.
Nicholas Burnham?
Yes.
Brad Ferlin, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8-3. Motion passes. Okay. Then we are moving on to, I don't think anybody had any issues with 416. I think we agreed that that was correct.
How come the AFWA has been removed? That seems kind of logical to me.
I think, Catherine, you want to answer that?
I removed it because people were confused about whether or not we had to go through the rulemaking process. We could add it in with the clarification that this provision may be amended upon receipt of the Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies recommendations regarding humane dispatch. Provided that the board proceeds pursuant to the rulemaking, you know, it could be some clause that makes it clear that we have to go through rulemaking in order to, you know, change the rules.
Some people were interpreting that, Bob, that we could just at any time decide to change the method of dispatch. And it just gave too much ambiguity to it.
Yeah, so why couldn't it just say we just follow what, rather than what's, I guess it could be made a lot shorter than that. That's what I was thinking. It could have been the AVMA or the AFWF. Because it would seem to me that they're gonna use humane dispatch.
It's really more of a comment than it is a rule.
Right.
It's really a comment.
Right, it's that we're planning, when we get the AFWA recommendations, we will potentially come back and pick up the rule. And so we had that provision in there, and it doesn't really mean anything until we actually take up rulemaking again. Because we don't have the AFWA recommendations at this time.
So that won't hinder us at all by striking that out to proceed with that.
No, if we wanted to proceed with that, we can, as soon as we get those recommendations, but we would have to pick up rulemaking again in order to do that. That's just the way it is. We can't give ourselves the discretion to unilaterally change it without going through the rulemaking process.
So recommendations from AFWA and also the Veterinary Medical Association, right? We could consider recommendations from both those agencies.
We could at any future date, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we're good with 416.
I just want to interrupt. Jamie Ryan texted me, she had to leave, so she won't be part of any votes going forward.
Okay.
Excuse me, who was that?
Jamie Ryan.
Jamie, okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, I'm trying to think if I have any other changes here, any other issues. We talked about section 7 and changes that Catherine made to the no more than 10% or the word up to 10% of the residential permits, non-resident permits. And I think we were okay with the language that she struck and rewrote in 7B. I don't know if there needs to be a 7A, but there's really no 7A. We have 7B.
There actually is oh no, there's an A and then it goes 1 through 7 and then there's a B.
Gotcha,
So
okay,
that's partly why.
All right, yep.
It's the formatting.
Yep. Then we talked briefly about 3 and 4. I believe, I don't think we had any changes there or any concerns there. That's what I have for changes or issues that we had discussed earlier. Anybody feel I missed any?
There's the reporting clarification, which is 4.23.
Okay, on page 16.
Yeah. And I don't believe there were any issues with that, but.
So do you need a motion to accept all of the changes that we have made tonight as one big package, or a motion to accept it, including all of the changes we made?
Because so far, all we voted on are the ones that we had issues with. There are several changes that were made that we just all agreed with and just accepted from the departments.
So yeah, so you would need to make a motion that would cover 4.13, 4.14, 4.16, 4.20.3A7 and B, D3 and 4, and 4.23.
So is
So
fair to say
moved,
that?
what she said.
Yeah. A motion to accept all of the changes made by the departments? Yeah. Okay. So you heard the motion. I will do one last roll call vote.
We have a second?
We did Michael Bancroft. Michael Bancroft has seconded it. So all those in favor of the motion as presented by Jay, which is to accept all other changes that have been presented by the department, signify by saying yes if you're in favor and no if you're opposed to it. Jamie is now absent. Bob Patterson,
I'm no.
Michael Bancroft,
Yes.
Neil Hogan,
Yes.
Paul Noel,
Yes.
Marty Van Buren,
Yes.
Michael Colson,
Yes.
Jay Sweeney,
Yes.
David Dean,
No. Control of dogs.
Nicholas Burnham,
Yes.
and Brad Ferlin, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is 8-2. To accept the rule. Other changes. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you everybody for all the inputs on that rule. That's a difficult rule. It goes without saying. And now we're going to turn the rule over to Catherine and the staff at. Go ahead.
Was that a vote for the entire Furbearer rule, or was that just the amendments by the department that we didn't have an issue with?
That was a motion for everything, the entire rule.
Probably should make that clear, because.
Yeah, I thought when you were
I
listing
read
off,
off the ones that that weren't identified as issues for their addition.
Yeah.
right, so I thought we were voting on those as one package like we did with the.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can do that. I was working on the impression that all we were really voting on tonight were the changes that have been made to the rule.
Yeah.
And we prioritize those by dealing with the ones first that we had issues with, and then
Yeah.
secondly, we voted on the balance of them.
Yeah.
But the rest of the rule stayed the same. So
Yeah.
if for clarification purposes, we can do that. We can do that.
So
I don't know that.
Let me restate my motion was to.
Well, I
accept-
think it's going to be another one at this point.
Yep. Well, I'll make a new motion. We accept the
Yes.
the rules to include all of the changes as we have discussed tonight. In its entirety.
And those sections that weren't changed.
Yes.
I think is what
The
Mike.
entire rule to include changes made and discussed tonight.
Yeah. Okay.
I will
Second?
second that. I'll second that.
Okay, that was Nick.
Yes.
So the motion on the table is to approve the rule as presented tonight, including all the changes as presented and modified by the board.
Okay.
A yes vote will be to accept it. A no will be no. Jamie Dragon, she's absent. Bob Patterson,
No?
Michael Bancroft,
Yes.
Neil Hogan,
Yes.
Paul Noel,
Yes.
Marty Van Buren,
Yes.
Michael Colson,
Yes.
Jay Sweeney,
Yes.
David Dean,
No.
Nicholas Burnham,
Yes.
Brad Ferland, yes. Okay, that is, I think, 8-2. So the rule passes on an 8-2 vote. So now we will turn that over to the department, and the department will present it to, we'll rewrite it for the changes made tonight, and we'll present that to LCAR. Great. Okay, Commissioner Herrick, are you online? No, he had his other meeting he had to go to, so, okay. So
He
there will be no.
probably thought we adjourned already.
Um, okay, so nothing else, anything else to share? Any board members want to share before we, call the meeting? No, nothing? Okay.
I got one quick thing. I just wanted to say, I got a chance to volunteer and assist at the Biological Check Station Youth Weekend in St. Albans. And the professionalism and excellency of the staff there was outstanding. I was very impressed and learned a lot.
Good. Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And Mike seconded, so all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Ayes have it. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank
See ya.
Ooh.